Hello all. Happy Saturday. Welcome on back to the stream. Alright, give it a second. Let the camera load. Why does it do this all the time now? It always, like, takes a hot second. There we go. It's just like, I need a minute to think about my life whenever I switch scenes now. It's weird. Well, whatever. It'd be how it'd be. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Hope you all had a great week so far. It is time, once again, for more Ace Attorney. I should probably turn the screen on. There we go. There you go. Whoop. Murder! That's always with the murder. Hey, this is actually the scene that we're on. Is this the default and I just didn't know it, or... I don't know, but anyway, this is the case that we're on, and the scene of a crime that we're looking at, where of course our best friend and mentor, who's teaching us, our newbie selves, how to be a proper lawyer in true Ace Attorney fashion, gets killed. So here we are. Actually, in that logic, it makes you a little surprised that Phoenix himself didn't get killed when he was training Apollo, but just don't worry about it. Yeah, here we are. We're on a boat! And not the fun kind of boat, where you could be like, yeah, I'm on a boat. Snakes! On this boat, we're pretty sure that there is a snake that committed a murder, because in the opening scene, it implied that there's a snake that's gonna cause a heckin' murder. So we're pretty sure there's a snake on this boat. Anyway, hi, 21 Snakes. Oh yeah, that makes sense. There's a snake in the chat too. Good job. Although I'm pretty sure you're not our murderous snake. I would hope, though. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a snake on this boat. We haven't seen it yet. It's just heavily implied that there's probably a snake on this boat. Before we get started, I do want to say that there is, after this stream, gonna be a 2-week break, because I'm not gonna be in town the next couple weekends. I'm gonna be out doing stuff. So, we'll get as far as we can today. And then there'll be a forced 2-week break just because I'm not gonna be here. There are, in fact, yes, 21 snakes in the chat. And that's totally fine. They're all, I'm sure each and every one of the 21 snakes is very, very friendly. And, you know, not the one that may or may not have murdered our friend. None of which have murdered anyone that you think. Good job. Good job. Alright, alright. Let's see if we can go find the one snake that may or may not have killed our best friend. Continue! Alright, so previously on Ace Attorney Adventures, the great Ace Attorney Adventures, Inspector Hosonaga is somehow snuck himself on board the ship and is now a sailor. And there's also a really weird, probably fraudulent detective by the name of Herlock Sholmes, because that's not weird at all. And he's the one who's like, it was definitely you are the murderer. Even though the evidence doesn't exactly add up that way, but because logic means nothing to some people, we are now a murder suspect. That's how it goes in the Ace Attorney world. Alright, and we're gonna go investigate the next cabin to see what's going on. Alright, I can't just roll over and accept my fate. I have to find a way out of this cabin. Sorry, mic moving sound so I can actually see the screen. If I'm gonna turn this desperate situation around somehow, then the inspector in front of me is my only chance. Oh, I gotta talk to him. I guess we didn't talk to him yet. My bad. So, hello, Inspector Hosonaga. Special orders. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector?
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
I'm always concerned that this guy's, like, coughing up blood, too. You okay, buddy? I'm so sorry. Huh? This is all my fault. Man, I'm trying to actually remember how we sounded. A little more stuck up, I think. And I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Ah, right, that thing where the controller's just gonna shake and make all kinds of noises on my shelf. 1 second. I can reposition that so it does not as loud. You stay right there, controller. Okay. Smug bitch Hosonaga. Yep. Who may or may not be a guy who steals evidence from crime scenes because he's like, forensic science doesn't exist, but I believe this evidence is important. Anyway. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Okay, but here's the question. Why would he be potentially assassinated to begin with? That's the part that's really weird here. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? Exactly. I'm not sure. And these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. Sorry, I'm just like thinking about the name Minister Jigoku and I'm like, it can't be hell, right? It sounds like hell. But what if it's different kanji? I just don't know. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. Well, when you got, like, a really suspicious vent that connects the rooms, it's like, shit can happen, like, that's not very secure. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector! So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, say the word. You're gonna actually be helpful? Thanks. You're my new inspector buddy, but I still have concerns and think you should see a doctor. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not his killer? Of course not! That'd be weird! We've known each other our whole lives, why wait until now?
I'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yeah, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you moved to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. No thanks to a certain fraudulent detective. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm gonna need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how...
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you had already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your first trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use.
So, evidence that would give us viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Present! Alright, what do we got? There's something dangling from the ventilator grill. What do you think about that? What's that? I remembered why we gave him a stuck-up voice. It's because he started out as a butler. Cosmo's diary.
Just before he died, Cosmo-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange? In what way?
He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill."
A speckled band? That is strange. Yeah, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. We all know it's a snake, right? Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? So you're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But... what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. Bro, it's not normal to be coughing up blood this much. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last.
Move? Alright, let's see what we can find out. As I, hold on, adjust my chair. Don't worry, it's just ketchup. Sure. This man just eats a lot of ketchup. Alright, to the passageway. 9th of January, 7:48 a.m., SS Bordia. First class cabin passageway. Phew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there! That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down.
The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. Suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like, people in handcuffs? That's us.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
Okay, but I haven't left that room, so... Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is... I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
Must have been a very trying time for you.
Please don't give me that pitying look. Let's look around. There's so much to look at. This looks like a plan of the SS Birdia. It shows each deck. Look.
Birdia is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than a ship.
Excuse me.
And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so. What's this? That's a huge book on top of the table there. And there's a pen next to it.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? Alright, my controller fell. 1 second. It just wiggled its way off where I put it. Oh, stay there.
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment.
I'm not sure that's rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san. Even to a sailor.
No, I meant about the nice handwriting. Okay.
Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Interesting.
That's the way to the second-class area of the ship.
Big lad staring at you from the corner. Yep. I just wanted to say he had nice handwriting.
Something wrong?
I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me.
I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead.
Great, thanks. I needed that reminder. So much.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there.
No, I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. He's just a little overwhelmed. Hello, sir. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? I can't be the only one who sees the different colors, the stripy colors on his face, right? That's a little weird. Interesting tan. You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You little third-class little lady's maid? His tie is shaped like a fish? He looks grilled? Yeah, he does look grilled. I want to see his tie now.
Oh.
We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor! My mother gave me name! That is a fish! Oh, that's cute. I am senior crewman. Beef stroganoff. Beef stroganoff, eh? So, why does he look grilled? So weird. Did he, like, have a bunch of random bandages on his face and then stay out in the sun too long? Like, how did this even happen? Alright, Mr. Beef Stroganoff. Whew, the best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Oh, we can talk to him now! So let's talk about the first class cabin area. Mr. Stroganoff? About this first class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Boria steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's, amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. Sorry. My bad. Want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you?
I may. I was wondering. Is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied?
Ah! Sasata-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like... ah. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no?
Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Ooh, let's talk about that. Who's next door? Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East islands. That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business. Is he perhaps a assassin? Or a terrorist or something? Hold on, what was it? It was something about... revolutionary. Is he perhaps the revolutionary villain Bolshevik? Did he perhaps come aboard in Shanghai? Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time. I've never even once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business. Alright. Nope, that's one water bottle down. Alright, let's talk about last night. Did you, oops, hear anything, see anything, know anything? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Nah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Niet. Assume that's what that says. Sasata-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
Do we have any special powers?
This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh, it is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, sorry. Bulkhead to second-class area, staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain. Or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. When the lobster whistles on top of the mountain? That's a new one. Haven't heard that before.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we?
Definitely. And now we can take a little look-see around. Ooh, let's look at this again. That book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it, too.
Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it? Writing's Dean's precise. Yeah, that's the same. Rough and ready sailor, beautiful handwriting.
Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Okay, that was nothing new other than it just didn't have the conversation about us hoping that the other dude would say something, and then he didn't. Nope, that's not the right button. That's the one. There we go. I was trying to remember the right button. What is this? What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh. This I have to see.
What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it.
Why? If it says emergency only, why would you be like, I need to touch it now, for funsies? But this is an emergency situation! Just look at these handcuffs, not those kind of emergencies!
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation.
I wish everything would just stop. The ship included.
You have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else.
That's very fair. You tell him, Susato. First class cabin number 1. Yep, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's.
Sorry?
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. She's a savage.
These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there? That is a lot of cabins. What the heck is this?
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
That's an interesting mousetrap. Oh, you guys can't see it because I'm in the way. There we go. You can kind of see it that way. Kind of. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although, they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called, cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
That is a really weird looking piece of cheese. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. Amazing. Cheese is delicious. Although, it's not just made from cow milk. You can get it from goat milk or sheep milk, and it's pretty tasty.
Can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Or you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
Alright, and here's what we really want to look at. This door. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Hello? Hello? Anybody home?
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
But didn't Herlock Sholmes just, like, go over there just a moment ago? Where did he go off to? How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin.
Such a high-pitched scream! It must have been a woman!
Oh. Stand aside! I'm about to break the door down.
Mr. Sholmes!
I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
We can just open it. It doesn't? And then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? Oh god, hold on. Sorry, I somehow got cat hair in my tea, and then I got in my mouth, and I'm like, that was weird. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Hello? 9th of January, SS Buria, first class, cabin number 2. Oh, who are you? I'm a student. Why you got a pair of scissors there? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. Woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. Oh, no. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. A man uses that magazine like a business card. You have to be just a fanboy who was like, I love Herlock Sholmes so much, I will become Herlock Sholmes. So this is sus, right? This bag back here, but that's pretty sus. There's probably a lady shoved in there. Detective? Do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? Can we look in the bag? Can we be reasonable and look in the big lumpy bag in the corner? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me! Oh, there is something in there.
Oh my! Did you just see that, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, the case just shook. Leave, now! Otherwise I'll call the steward! Why do you have scissors? So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Snoopy, Snoopy! Did you really? Herlock! Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
Oh!
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Yes. Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. No, I don't need him! He's dumb! Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. Okay, so at least you figured out that he's Russian, right? And not a Western gentleman. Do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course! Though it should be pointed out that such methods are non-exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
Oh yes, please!
Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Alright, I just kind of started reading him in the Hildebrand Bobby Fulbright voice. And I'm gonna stay with it because it just fits him so well, personality-wise. Alright. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness? Or Russian on account of his dubiousness? What the hell does that even mean? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. Huh? There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. What facts have you even found out from sitting in the wardrobe? Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number 1. Your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Oh, you know what? I just figured it out. I bet the snake is in the small case and the lady is in the big case. There's 2 living things here that we're looking for. Are you not? Ha! Number 2, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah!
Oh, not a Huddle-san. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Shom's great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction?
Nothing can deceive Mr. Shom's. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
What? What ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Again, pretty sure he's just a fanboy.
And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylot's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Shom's conclusions were right. Isn't that weird? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction! The game is afoot! I don't know what the heck's going on, but alright, here we are. Topic 1, Old Man's Identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? This is a new mechanic? Oh my god. I don't know if I want this. The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Did you actually accurately connect the dots somehow? Which it would appear you have also read, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. How did he actually figure that out when he was so incredibly stupid about our case, our situation? Are you an idiot or a genius? I'm confused. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand? Inclusion of revolutionary on the run. That's actually not wrong. Sorry. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there! Oh yes, Mr. Roylett. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. A proof of your crimes is before our eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. It's a snake. No, I refuse! What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein? Probably the snake. Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless Dale? My French is rusty, I don't remember how to pronounce that. We're gonna betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refused to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. Well, there was another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. I'm pretty sure those deductions are actually true, but the location might be a little mixed up. And thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma. Elemensky! Sato-san? That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you see. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. That's true. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
That's fair. That's not the point, though. And another thing! The part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear to be too small to accommodate a young woman. Oops. Clicked the wrong place. Not just at first glance, it is too small. Clearly! You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into that case, even if you pushed really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
No. Mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. And how could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lethalness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man has a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh!
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... They were his, to be fair. Roylot's name is indeed taken from the Sherlock Holmes story, The Adventure of the Speckled Band. Oh! That's all for name time? That was a good tidbit, I like that. I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I actually don't want that, but thanks. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. I don't know if I want this. Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Okay. So, the dubious-looking Russian... Oh, sorry. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away that copious beard you sport. Not the beard.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means I suppose the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here. Oh, sorry.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps the matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use the shears on.
Oh, sorry, I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use the shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Shome's deduction better,
then what?
Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around with in that last sentence. What exactly is Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Thick hat. Golden locks? He was about to cut off these golden locks! What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? You're the ballerina, aren't you? And how's it growing out from under his thick black hair?
Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
I'm about to cut your hair. I dig it. I'm into it. The glass shining effect is everything. This is cool. This got cooler. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth.
Oh no! Only I had managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected.
The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on this matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No, it's the other one. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
So it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Shomes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yeah, strictly.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
They dance. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Shome's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yeah.
Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. This one.
Yes!
Article about the ballerina. Yeah, that's so cool. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. A known prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovik Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah!
Alright. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg of you, don't tell anyone.
A ballerina on the run. Solved! Cool! Alright, this is actually fun. I really like this. I mean, clearly you didn't kidnap yourself. Now, as for my second conclusion... You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. What did she glance at that's evidence of her crime? The tiara.
Yes!
This thing that's worth a lot of money. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovik Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no!
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say? An Earl? Russia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
All right, I will tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it now.
Come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the books on the shelves. No, I'm pretty sure that's not it. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you?
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze is involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookshelf. Rules of passage?
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bertia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
It's a pet. It was exactly the same notice in our cabin, too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure that punishment would be severe, Naruhodo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? No pets. Yes, the reason why you refused to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. And that is the real reason why you refused to open it, thus revealing its contents. It's a pet. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage. A pet.
Ah!
Possession of a prohibited animal. Elementary! Deduction complete. That was actually kind of fun. I still think Sherlock Holmes is a fraud, but it was fun. So clearly, you weren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Bertia is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? And that veritable tingling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fair hat and fake beard? And just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, was a picture of me. I was so frightened, couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
That precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Why did you leave it unlocked? That's weird.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing?
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, you say to any of the crew.
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction?
It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists. Right. Ah.
Your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. Idiot or genius, we'll never know. When and why?
There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Cosmo-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Now I can look around the room. Let me see.
Don't touch!
Huh?
I will tell you what I know about last night, but please! You must not touch my things. What do you say? Forbid it!
Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. You were sitting in there earlier! Alright, I guess this bag is nothing to do with nothing, because you can't even click on it. Oh, I guess there was really nothing to look at. Alright, let's talk to her. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning while I was eating breakfast.
The man who died, he was a friend of mine.
Oh.
That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened?
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. Alright, let's talk about running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovic Ballet?
Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life.
You wish to forget? Challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
The tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovic Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They've all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin.
So the crew was in on it. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. Creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Me? Oh, well, yeah, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... let's talk about this conundrum. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Berdia stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So, how was it, pray, that you came to be on board?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
That is not your business! Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
And An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry, what was that?
It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Concerning English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Shelms once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same.
Genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Talk about your friend in the case. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
No, it's a snake. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? May well ask. I have no idea. Why? You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken.
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, can satisfy the needs of sustenance. That's fucked up, man. So you'd eat your friends? I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it? You know anything about the, speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. Must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott.
Get out! Passenger said out! Where do you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Be continued. Sounds like more investigating to be done. Alright. Continuing on. The 9th of January, SS Burdia. It's an investigation-only case? Ooh. Okay, that checks out, because, I mean, there's not exactly a court that we can get tried at while we're out at sea. SS Burdia First Class Cabin Passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clues to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go?
Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. I could look at my own door, or I could talk to this guy. Mr. Stroganoff, really wish we'd had a chance to look around Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face.
I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san.
Thanks, I hate it.
That door leads to the second class area.
It's locked. Can't open it.
No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape.
Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. I don't still think I did it, did you? Are we not friends? First class cabin number 1. Yep, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin, it's Cosmo-sama's.
Sorry?
Your
Yeah. We've had this conversation. Ours is in the wardrobe. Makes us feel small. Small as the wardrobe. I've been calling myself home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
I guess we're going back in there. Back into our cabin. 9th of January, SS Burdia. First class cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosanaga's unscathed.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Might have some new information for us. Never know. Hopefully not coughing up blood still. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Birdia.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
So by bringing your pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yeah, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet.
I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside the traveling case in her cabin.
A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh yeah, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over!
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. Can't relax when things are untidy.
But Pavlovas are also knocked over, so I wonder if that was just a ship-wide bump that caused them all to fall. You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went next door to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Sorry, Hosonaga. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san.
This is where Cosmo spent his final moments writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma somehow left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san.
We will. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Cosmo-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. Oh yeah, that is still pretty weird. Ah, there's our friend. So this is the ventilator. This ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Cosmo saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were.
Yeah, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Alright. Osanaga, how you doing? Ooh, you got beat! You okay, buddy? Ah, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe by a bear? Or made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, I understand.
Oh!
Bro's not okay. He's not okay! We gotta get this man to a hospital. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Airlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. This poor man. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, so do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Bro! Go to a hospital! I mean, I know we're at sea right now, so you can't, but later. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed or ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What's the new information? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Birdia's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report?
Kazuma-sama.
So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
His neck was broken?
Is this snake perhaps a constrictor type? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. At first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
All the body's nerves run through the spine of the brain. A strong enough impact could impact the neck to... Strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Poor Kazuma. Now I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Friend. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah, good point. He trusts me more than you! What do you got to say about that, Sasato? A report from the SS Brodio's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Alright, let's talk about the Great Detective.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. Suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. His shoe polish was all he said. What? What? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Oh! So someone dropped shoe polish here. Okay. Interesting.
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think?
Ah, yes. That must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? Sort of a dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Interesting. A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes were found on the victim's body. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
No. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy hand ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head. Heavy head. Heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. Was there some kind of drug in the food last night?
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's the brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
Suppose it must be from Kazuma-san's shoes.
Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
That's hardly a reason, is it? He's not that great. Can't converse with anybody. Can I go back in the hall? Nice. Nice. All right, 9th of January. It's SS Buria. First class cabin passageway.
Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All these Russian names are impossible to remember.
Tra-la-la.
Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing.
Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay.
Oh, I did it the great detective way. It's probably our weird idiot or genius friend, the Hildebrand of the series.
Miss caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Yeah, don't you know? Alright. Go to the cabin. Oh! The case is open! 9th of January, SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Bunch of clothes is now hung up. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things.
It's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Cosmo-sama's, or for Cosmo-san's sake.
Not just for Cosmo-sama.
What do you mean?
Can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really? Now do you trust me because Hosonaga said that he trusts me? You gonna stop, like, giving me the shifty eye like I did something wrong? Just because we didn't tell you that I was sneaking on board?
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, let's looky around! Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, yes, it's Buria's rules of passage. Yeah, no weapons or dangerous objects, and no pets!
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yeah. So do I. He definitely would, though. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin.
Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase?
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
Why? Why do you blame me? I wasn't even here! Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Rude?
Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Then she's gonna know someone was in here. You realize that, right?
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. Thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. It's no place like home.
What is wrong with you? Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Okay, hold on, question. Why is it full of stage costumes if she supposedly is running away and trying to forget everything about ballet and start over and never dance again? Why would she bring all of her costumes? Unless she's trying to sell them, but... You know, that's kind of a niche market. It's very sus. Hey, Vagrancy, how's it going? There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
Did you have to do it? She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. You trying to get us caught?
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate in secret! What the hell's wrong with you? This girl, I don't like her as much as Maya so far. So this is the ventilator that connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. She is a bit quirky, yes.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm?
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. This cabin door is the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
What if there was something that lurched the ship really hard that caused all the books and everything to fall over that way? Sorry, on screen, that way, that way, that way, that way. Because then that would also close the latch and would explain why the books were tilted over in both rooms. No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Oh, Yunosuke.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Budia. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. A snake. And more to the point, where is it now? Crawling around in the vents. Rather slithering. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes? Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian.
No shit! Wow, I had no idea that was gonna be the case, Susato. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san.
Kindly remember that I didn't ask you. I was rhetorically just kind of asking and thinking out loud, but I wasn't actually asking you. Yeah, no shit, Herlock.
Suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look-see and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Hey! It's called investigating. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly! We have no choice! There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Why is there a plate of food on the floor?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
You think there could be a leak in the roof just above here?
What? A leak? No. That'd be problematic for a boat.
Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there is a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. I wouldn't phrase it like that.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hadn't had a chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. I don't know about that.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san?
Did we miss anything? I mean, we definitely looked everywhere we could, right? I don't see anywhere else to look at. But it's not stopping me from looking, so it's like, did I miss something somewhere? Usually it stops you. I don't think we missed anything. Pretty sure we touched it all. Alright, well. What if we go back out now? We're back in our room? Nope, it's definitely that we still need to look at something in the cabin. But what did we miss? Did I not click something? Looked at the case, we looked at the desk, and we even looked on the rubbish. Looked at the vent. All the books. Now neatly arranged on the shelf.
Yes, it's very unthinkable to dance around inside the cabins.
Tell that to Miss Pavlova, not me.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Really nothing else on the desk? Just a few books. And then she likes to read books in Russian. Can't find anything out of place. I don't know. The case is open, but it's empty. Where is the snake now? And then she thinks I'm in the wardrobe. What if we go back in our room and we look for the snake? It's not telling us everything about the band. Do I perhaps need to check something else somewhere else? To, like, trigger a reaction in the other room? Quite the mess. Nothing in here either. Oops. Didn't mean to click that. We already read this! Alright, what if we need to look in the passageway? Is there anything out here that we may have missed? Oh, her door out here. Miss Pavlova's cabin.
This could be our chance.
What?
Burly Sailor does not appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin.
I'm not sure if we could go that far, but we could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. Is it you? Is it because I need to talk to you? What are you doing? What are you doing, Sholmes? Remember getting stuck there too?
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look!
Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
That's right, there was the tra-la-lying. I should have looked around for him. I'm sure he has to give some reaction in the room. Tra-la-la, lira-lira-lay, he did it in the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, its lucky airlock was about. Excuse me? I'd solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Huh? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and is just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now's as good a time as any. He's trying to punch me. Oh, he's boxing me. He's shadow boxing me. Very nearly jumped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Right, I get the picture. Stop punching me! It's rude! And will you please kindly stop? What did he actually say? I missed it. I was in a hurry. Now, could you put those fists away? Okay.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
It means he should have been reporting there still. The entire time. Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman off stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report?
Precisely, but simply the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Hold up. Okay. No, different nose. I'm like, he couldn't be, could he? No. I don't know. Something's sus up with that dude, though.
Do you mean...
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ship's log, a record kept by the crew assigned to the first class cabin area. There were virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Shome's brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? You okay, buddy? No, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Okay, that's 3 people now who've had headaches. Was it something in the food? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just, well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? Was it something we ate? I think that was probably the extent of what we needed to look at. Yep. Alright. Gonna move on back into her cabin.
Ah! What's that?
Nope, not a concerning alarm at all. Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted, a quarter-mile forward. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand!
Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Nanahondo-san.
Well, indeed. And look, the door's closed. And everything fell over again. Looks like we avoided a collision.
You think?
Yeah, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Nanahondo-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Oh, it was Inspector Hosonaga. Whoopsies.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Is that you, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt?
Look at that!
The door's bolted! Did you do that, Susato-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
That's strange. How did... And look at all the books! They're just like they were before again. Everything fell over now.
Nanahondo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
Yeah, let's do that. Everything fell over. I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Ooh, that was a fast little bit there. We're gonna keep investigating. Yep, we're gonna save. Alright, let's keep going. 9th of January, SS Brudia. Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, and then gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yeah, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. The person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos! Passengers are screaming! Crew are running everywhere! I can talk. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
You wicked intruder! Dressed in all black! Dressed all in black! You are the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case! How could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it!
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Ah! And he is stowaway as well! If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Why are you so quick to throw me under the bus for this? I'm very sus of you right now. Ugh.
Take him away! He's a trespasser as well as everything else!
Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right, you are devil! It doesn't look good, does it? There is a cell below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, and we give you straight to police! Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Alright, so we're looking around. Just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating.
Don't touch my things!
Want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Now please stop.
Hiya! Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing?
Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was just starting to think she was my friend. What do we do? Why did you throw me up? Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Did we talk to her? Miss Pavlova, can I...
Get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but...
Get out, now!
We just needed to investigate in here to help understand... Don't speak Russian. It's no use, she's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will... You got yourself in a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. His glasses are broken, that's so sad. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Great, thanks, I hate it. there! Mr. Sholmes, why are you wearing the tiara? You love him so much? I love to hate him. He's growing on me though. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles would feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! So, an urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved by me, naturally. I'm concerned. Where did your hat go? What?
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. Do we gotta correct you again? I feel like we're gonna have to correct you again. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. That's a lot of greats. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is a stowaway. He has the handcuffs to prove it. Okay, but this detective here is the one who put them on me falsely by thinking I was somebody else. So, you know, maybe not judged by the handcuffs. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Not necessarily.
Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Ah! Locked room! This is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there was another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. Oh no. Ah yes, the savior, Herlock Sholmes. That's gonna be quite the clip. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! Ventilator? Sorry, the ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Except the culprit was a snake. But it is! And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Hey, Acoustictronica! Thanks so much for the 4-month resub. Enjoy your FF4 sprites and emotes. Yeah, what the? Sorry, I had to scream. I had to read the screaming.
Sparkle 162 object, Sparkle 162 object, Sparkle 162 object, Sparkle 162 hold it, Sparkle 162 hold it, Sparkle 162 hold it.
Thank you, Subbot. Mr. Sholmes is indeed vibin'. He's having a good time. Anyway, welcome back, Acoustictronica. Hope you're having a great weekend. What? Snake! Snake! Ooh, it's a snake. There's our speckled band. It's a snoodle! Maybe the snoodle didn't mean to commit murder. It was an accident. It was just trying to live. You know? Anyway, he's got a snake around his face. I wonder if you noticed. Sir? Sir, I think there's a little something on your face. Oh, is that how he got the marks all over him? He knows about the snake. Look how friendly it looks, though. It's just chilling. That's why he looks like he got grilled, because the snake has been on his face before. Giving him a little snaky hug. Allow me to introduce you all. The band. The speckled band. Never noticed the marks were because of the snake? Oh! I'm just like, wait a minute, it looks perfect with his grill marks on his face. The snake's hugged him before. A snake? Snake's on a boat. Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really a speckled, is it? Looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it... the stripe band, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Sorry.
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh.
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Please do, please. Okay. OBS says we back. Let's see. If I press here, is it gonna show up on my manager? Okay, good, it does. I think we back? We okay? We okay? think we're okay. Alright. Twitch says we're back online as of 15 seconds ago, so I hope we're okay. Let me hit refresh here. Okay. It says we're back. It says we're okay. Hit refresh. Should be back. Refresh. Yippee! Yippee! Alright, cool. I don't know what it is, but we do got the yippies on BTTV. Oh my god, trying to do it on OBS though is a pain. I don't know what this is, but it exists. Alright. So where did we leave off? His death, she said, there are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin, and then she was like, ah. And then number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. It's the creature. I don't know what the creature is, but I'm down with it.
No!
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Shelms must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi. Are you trying to talk at me, but there's a snake in your face? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. And would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Okay, except I'm pretty sure that one's not poisonous and is just gonna strangle people. So everyone, let us begin. Erlach Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The time? There we go, the great deduction. The game is afoot! Topic 1, Intruder's Identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. I don't think it's your heart. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So, we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Except that one's not Are there two snakes? Are there two snakes and one of them speckled? This is a stripy band. This is a stripy noodle. Is there a speckled noodle? Do we have two noodles on this boat? It's not just snake on a boat, it's snakes plural on a boat. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. No teeth. Danger noodle. It's so cute though. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? You got something in your pocket you want to share with the class?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary, even now hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's soft, sloughed? I don't know how to pronounce that. But basically the shed skin. Shed skin! Evidently, after the subtle and horrid crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? Okay, but that doesn't change the pattern on a snake when it sheds its skin, so there's probably a second snake.
I don't know what you are talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sheds its skin. Does that exist? I don't know enough about snakes to know if that actually exists. Snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Alright, and how Mr. Asogi died. I might just not know enough about snakes. Not something I've ever heard of, but you know, you never know. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. They didn't find any kind of poison, or probably venom. And also, his neck was bruised, so it is probably supposed to be a constrictor type and it strangled him. By accident. I don't know. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. You didn't get the autopsy report, did you, Sholmes? The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. No such wounds. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't...
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true!
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once more. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. And that is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. No, death by a constrictor. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes's great deduction of the speckled band. Osanaga, you listen to this? You hear all this? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before.
Most of what Sholmes just said is the actual plot of the adventure of the Speckled Band. Spare some details. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty good. I love that they made like such a heavy reference to the original Holmes books. That's pretty great.
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are well informed, madam.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Oh, I see. She just busted that myth. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. That's a little rude, Sholmes. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There is one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the one in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Capcom took this opportunity to absolutely tear apart the real Sherlock Holmes story with what Susato just said. That is hilarious. Yeah, Sholmes just insulted you. He's very rude. Damn, Susato laying down them truth bombs.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no, you don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just when I was waiting for Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Did you uncuff me again? Hell yeah! I'm free! You've done it again!
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? I mean, they belong to home, so... Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done. But I didn't do anything! I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. You're an absolute Sherlock Holmes nerd, so all the references make you so happy? That is awesome. I never got to read the books. I only know, like, a little bit from other pop culture references and whatever was in the Sherlock Holmes series where Benedict Cumberbatch played Holmes. And I think a couple of the movies. So I only know pop culture references because I never got a chance to read the books. But I really want to. If I get the opportunity, I'll probably buy the books. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. You mean your hand? She has a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Oh, look at that! There's a claw scratch. Oh.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! That looks like a very painful wound.
Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too. Do you not have a pet snake? Is it something else? Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here, so... Definitely not her aching heart. Well, I mean, I guess I'm gonna assume that it's the claw scratch that's causing her pain.
Yes!
Yeah, that effect's so cool. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you, in fact, receive that scratch sometime last night?
Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? What has claws that can kill someone with blunt force? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Sorry. As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No, apparently not. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where you'll find the answer.
Do you have a cat though? Wait, but then how's the cat gonna kill him? Unless it knocks something over and hit him in the head. Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yeah, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. She has a Midna cousin.
Little kitten.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova's cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit?
That cat would win. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Definitely the cat. I don't see how the cat could be the murderer, so did that guy actually sick the snake on him? I don't know. He was missing after 2 a.m. Something happened. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no!
Look, cats are great. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Ah! Aka's my best friend.
What a cute name.
I couldn't leave her behind.
Darko would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, then? Can we then give, pray? What was that sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be a snake's shed skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known.
Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was his specialty. Maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What do you got there? Well, it's speckled and it's a band, but what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. Is it a cat toy? Like a piece of long fluff on a stick. Is this a cat toy? We have a bunch of those around the house. That we usually... One of them we keep on a shelf, and then sometimes Momo will just grab it and then run around with the house with it, and it'll be somewhere else. Anyway, it seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. Oh, sorry, that was her. How's that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it.
It's true, they do.
Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it.
It's true. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. It is. Cat toy.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing, to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of that now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator? You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? Because the cat had snuck over and she was like, oh my god, get your ass back in here, you're gonna get me caught. Dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After a feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Truly troublesome feline young Darka's proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Photo of Miss Pavlova and Darka has been entered. It's a photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared. Through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty.
The intruder's identity is a beloved kitten! Okay, and then how did he die? Moving on, when we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? That's a good question. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No.
What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere in Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Here you go. Oops. Present. You need this, sir. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. Did you, though?
His neck was...
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Steven Stroganoff isn't some sort of immortal freak, you know? The injury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no! Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Where? Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably Darker didn't silently creep up behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow because she's a kitten and not strong enough to do that.
Suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yeah, a bad fall could explain it.
It's rather hard to believe of Cosmo-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything in the scene that could explain what happened? Small piece of glass. I mean, the glass and the scuff marks from his shoe. Oh, he was definitely slip-a-sliding around. I guess this.
Yes!
Mark on the floor. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove that the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Why do you have this kind of technology on you at all times? That's handy. And the color of the shoe polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped.
Please, no.
And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, got his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No!
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Do ya? Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case.
I don't believe it. Cosmo-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But...
And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. In the wastebasket?
This is a wastepaper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh look, there's something. Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yep.
Yes!
That's right. You had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. What were you doing in there?
Ah!
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no!
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells... Oh, sorry. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, isn't that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl? Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. That would be the picture of her with her cat, wouldn't it? Yep, that one right there. Take that. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question.
Hey!
The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. A young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Darka, did you kill a man? It was the cats all along!
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat. Oh my god! That's a little sad, isn't it? It wasn't murder, he just tripped on a cat. Well, it was murder by the cat. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Why would you this is the weird thing to hide. It's not like you intended for him to die tripping over your cat. Oh, because she doesn't want to give away the fact that the cat's there. So not only did they point out all the holes in the story, they also fixed it. Nice.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it?
Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So in that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin?
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown skid mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Oh my god. The SS Brudia is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. A combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. Oh my god, this is like the worst way to die. And what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova. Then whose is it, and where did it come from? I mean, clearly it's Stroganoff's pet. Look at him. He's so happy just petting a snake, and the snake is squeezing the life out of his face. What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? It's his pet. Don't worry about it. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Prosko. What? That snake belongs to you? I mean, obviously from the marks that are permanently on his face and neck. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yeah, how did the snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year! You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? No. But my dear belly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? Not venomous. No venom. Proshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. Is adorable, we'll agree. It's venomless? Yeah, it's a constrictor type. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him, what, milk, I suppose? No. Probably mice. Ha! Like they say, milk chickens? Ridiculous! Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories, huh? Piroshko eats mouses! Big fat round mouses! Very good to have on a ship. Ah! Oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? To catch him dinner? Oh, that makes sense. That checks out. Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. Sorry, wrong voice. Blech, I'm thinking about Hosonaga. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? Rude. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko is nothing to do with this incident. It's true. Had nothing to do with it. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. That's kind of anticlimactic and just sad. Very tragic. Nobody's a murderer. It was an accident. You gonna stop being rude to me, Susato?
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then... and no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What?
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
I mean... she's definitely up to some shit. She's like hiding something for sure, because... it was... I'm gonna stop being a dancer, yet I brought all my performance clothes. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. I'm pretty sure that actually happens in the books, right? Sherlock is just like, anything that's like kind of iffy about what I said, Scotland Yard will deal with it. That's the impression that I got from the little that I know. Anyway, oh! I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Why did you put it back on? I didn't do anything! Ugh, not again, when did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes? Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. And about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he wouldn't write it in Russian. That's still weird. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, but why the handcuffs? So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the fact that the ship was lurching and caused the door to get bolted. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? And that is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over a kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait! Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? And I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Yeah, why would he write it in Russian? I don't know if this is the right one, but this is what's bugging me the most. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian.
Are you an idiot?
It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Nah, you're dumb. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Oh yeah, instant death! There's no way! Ah! You can't leave a dying message when you die instantaneously. I feel like this was an issue in a previous case also. From the main series. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. The shock on your face tells me that you did it.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So Sasato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words...
Spied the speckled band. Hmm. Something that shouldn't have been in there? No traces of external injury or poison. Hmm. What else was in there? That shouldn't have been in there? Oh! Neo Neko coming in with a party of one! Hello, hello, welcome on in, Raiders. How was your... What were you playing? Genshin Impact, I assume? What's going on? We're doing some Ace Attorney and we're on the final stretch of this case. I'm trying to figure out what was in that room that doesn't belong. Sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Yeah, our best friend was murdered, so trying to solve that. We keep getting landed as a murder suspect so far. Slowly going through a side quest after slowly doing timed events. Oh, okay, see. I hope your side quests are fun. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. A strong blow. You're just waiting to be betrayed? That's sad. Scuff marks. I don't quite know what was supposed to not be here. Well, almost. Sorry, hold on. Everyone is sus. Well, almost everyone is sus. That's not good. Why is everybody sus? Why was half of the bell left behind, I guess? Did the cattle... Because it should have been broken off, so how did she even get the other half of the bell? That's kind of bugging me, I guess. Hold on, let me save really quick. It's been a bit. Save your game. I guess it is kind of weird for just half the bell to be there. Alright, let's try it. It's just a matter of who's gonna betray you. Okay. Yes. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already knew all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. We already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? The whole thing should have been back in our cabin. Ah.
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no!
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's.
We're wasting time! Someone else was there? Ah, of course, we know this! What are you talking about? Sorry, what are you talking about? That was me, my bad. Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside! There was no way in or out! No, yes. And the only other person in cabin when young student died was you!
Yes!
Yeah, I know. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. I don't know Russian, there's no way I would have left that message. Not would have, there's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind giving an explanation here? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, a person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yeah, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Where'd your snake go? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. Do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin? But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Huh, you are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes, cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door lock.
No. We've already seen how the door locks itself. We don't need to do this conversation again.
People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
No, that doesn't happen here. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not, and these are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. And Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? By the way, my theory right now for how everybody has headaches
is when the ship suddenly stopped, we all bonked our heads in our sleep and we didn't notice, and that's why we have a headache. It really depends on what side of the, you know, the room your bed is on. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? Yep. One way does spring to mind, yeah.
Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yep. Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. This disarrayed bookshelf.
Yes.
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door.
Ah!
It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yeah, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, or whatever, if you want to call it that. No, are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed... Yeah, someone hit the emergency stop outside. Yes, Buria made another emergency stop? Yep. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over. And all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? Say Buria made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course! There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you?
Was it?
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. So you're the one who did it today. That's what I'm getting out of this. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life: to be pushed. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself, although it did really help us to solve that mystery. How dare you mess with ship! I report you to Captain! You are in much trouble now! Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider?
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You're idiots! Birdie has huge ship with many passengers. We make emergency stop even in middle of night. There would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea.
Really?
Yeah, the ship's logs, because somebody stopped reporting after 2 a.m.
What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. He's being surprisingly useful, so I kind of like him now. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night? The fact that there's nothing in the ship's log after 2 a.m.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct! Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Sure didn't notice it was gone. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop of the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose! That is where I always put it! The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened! But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bernia. Is she your daughter? You did just say that she's the daughter of a seaman, and she used to dance here. Is she your daughter? And you're like, I need my daughter back. I'm gonna get her to safety somewhere. Smuggle her aboard my ship. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. The fact that your daughter accidentally or intentionally killed a man, potentially. Also, that would explain why the snake came here of all places when it was, like, hangry and escaped its thing.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. Well, we all bonked our heads and got headaches, didn't we?
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's That's a good point, but we all have headaches and we probably hit our heads. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. No, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too, because I probably hit it when the ship lurched in my sleep. Probably went bonk. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe, or were we drugged? Were we all drugged? Did they put something in the food so everybody would knock out? Probably in the lobster, which Asogi doesn't eat, because we forgot about that. That little fact, that little tidbit from the beginning of the game, the case. Is it because we ate the lobster that we got knocked out? And we drugged? We didn't notice the alarms? Was this all intentional? That's rude. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Maybe we didn't hit our heads and we were just drugged. I'm gonna put my money on we were drugged. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Because we were drugged. Because you ate 2 lobsters! You took twice as much drugs! Oh, that solves that. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Sorry, not lobster. Chicken? It was a giant chicken? What the heck was it? It was something to do with that large bone. Anyway. Do I have that on me? No, I don't think I do. And whatever it was that Asogi didn't eat that we did. Kazuma. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yeah. Sorry. Stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So, you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Whole roasted chicken, that's what it was. Yeah, in fact, I ate all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Yeah, that's why he was awake. My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do. No, really? Is that really true? Yeah, it was drugged. The meals prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
No. Pretty sure that's what he means. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes!
Well, Seaman? Sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. What are you guys trying to do? Rob all the passengers of their money so that you could have more money to get your daughter out of here? If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
Was it so they could make the emergency stop and sneak her on board? Oh, that's probably what happened. And these crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes, so when they decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. We threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Ah, could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Burnia slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. I mean, how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, what? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh, here we go. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation?
If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Cosma died. What suggests that someone else was there? Wait, why are we looking at her left ear? She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair. Oh, sorry.
She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells.
Oh, what's that? Something dangling down from her ear.
That's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it?
Women do seem to love adornments like that. Their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems.
Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san.
She has such... oh. Like little pink shells. What's that? There's something attached to her ear.
I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry.
An earring, is it? Really is tiny.
Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear.
If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Is your earring in Kazuma's place? Alright, let's go for it.
Yes.
Nope. That's not it. I noticed the dainty jewelry you're wearing on your ears, Miss Pavlova. Were we to find a piece of those earrings, Mr. Sogi's cabin would prove beyond a doubt they were there. Although, we haven't actually found anything yet, so... that deduction was wanting in every way. It was. But it's not letting me move the thing around, so I was like, am I just supposed to focus on our ears? Yeah, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. Find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. It's fine. Now we know what happens when you fail. It doesn't shatter. How exactly are we supposed to show that someone else was there when Cosma died?
I can think of two possible ways. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or if that's not possible,
a trace of something that the person took away from the scene, be that accidentally or deliberately. Trace of something someone took away. If you observe closely enough, I believe you'll find examples of both. Give them a long, hard, uncompromising stare at all sides, and that's my advice. Oh, now it's moving. Okay. Ooh. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place.
Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh, ink. And look at this color. Look at this color too. It's clear where this came from. Let's present the ink stain. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where that dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. Purple ink.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. The ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. All right, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything.
Really?
I arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burya do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Beef, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. And our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Beef, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little fairy friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh, sorry. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me what happened? Yes, that is right. So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look and you already know what happened after.
There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside.
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova?
Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
Was he though?
I understand, and I believe you.
So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? No, I don't think so. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? In this photograph? Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, and therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, those are the facts. There is one particular area in this photograph. Can we look at what's in his hand? That seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? He should be on his back, not on his front? No? With the way the skid mark is, maybe? Is that what we're thinking? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Oh, well... maybe it's the way that he's fallen. No, but they definitely moved the body to make the writing. I guess we'll figure it out. Hold on. Oh, well, a closed fist is weird, too. He's definitely clasping onto something. If Cosmo tripped and fell and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? The way his fist is clenched.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. What is he clenching? The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Is it your earring? What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. Nice one. Good job. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? An earring.
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yeah, you would. And this is what I found. You were in there before he died.
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle?
Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? That she was in there before he died. Tells us nothing! He probably's the one that hit him. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. We know it's on your ears.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Nah. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Why did you kill my friend? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell onto the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Sogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no.
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh yeah, niet! Niet! That's what she said. But like longer.
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Taka, wait!
She went to go get the cat, found he was there, and found her cat.
Couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back.
Plunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, it was him. You thought it was the inspector. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought it was a friend of mine.
A young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone.
So why did you kill them?
But then when I had my little friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment.
Sorry. Just a moment. Sorry, but...
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? A Russian ballerina.
Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Did you kill him just because he knew who you were? That's fucked up. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me...
Ooh.
I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
That's a shitty reason to kill my friend. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went to the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found Stowaway. And Wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway.
You should have just left it at an accident that he tripped. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange papers sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. Wrote, whatever that says, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem?
It was what he said first that made me scared.
What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Sorry. Thought it was a friend of mine.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Nah, you mean me. Yes, meaning me. I'm supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. Before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova?
She gonna lay into her? She liked Kazuma.
It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it.
No, he was walking over to the dresser to let me out and wake me up.
He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yeah, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin had been my home for this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Cosmo-sama?
Yeah, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? The wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? Us. The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here.
Another opinion?
Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no!
You killed him for nothing!
Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had.
You should feel ashamed. You're a bad lady who did a bad thing and you should feel bad. Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Really? I'm so sorry. What have I done?
Carry that guilt with you forever. So, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Berdia is finally laid to rest. "9th of January, 7:14 p.m., SS Berdia, first class cabin, passageway." What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Is he a real detective? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death was like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Ah. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah... I did stow away, after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. I think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san?
Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that.
Sato-san.
You had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. It's a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Who is it? Oh, it's Hosonaga.
Inspector.
My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. What? I'm free again now, at least. Why? Huh? Why? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? What is the meaning of this? Oh, what trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you as wearing those shackles. That's rude. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway after all. That's rude. He thinks this is funny? That's rude, man. Mr. Sholmes, man, this just goes on, doesn't it?
I do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. In terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. Don't care for me, but... Where's Sato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know?
You're gonna make me the lawyer, aren't you? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
That's rude. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
yes.
Mrs. Sato?
Yes?
Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Are you forgetting that I'm also studying to be a lawyer? We have this here, our university collar pin. I go into the same school and I defended myself. Twice.
Ah.
You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? I mean, no, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Yep, this is happening.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. You let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Cause that was my friend that just died? Cosma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. Can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. I'm a natural. What do you say, Mrs. Sato? We gotta do this for our future generations of Naruhodos.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? He hasn't coughed in a while. One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, no, no. It's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? Ooh. And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Thank you. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report.
really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I wonder. Do you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure?
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it, always. Every time I think it's about to end, it doesn't. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study.
Yes, that's exactly what I need.
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground.
What?
3 times.
Huh?
I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him.
Now you realize it was really rude of you to keep accusing me?
That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it's completely unforgivable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and then the cabin door was locked on the inside, and—
No! I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times!
And yet she only said to throw her back 3 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must! Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it!
No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without a considerable training.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling?
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. Wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw?
Yes, I'd be honored.
And let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
You're gonna throw me again, aren't you?
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't sign up for this. Sorry.
Hiya!
And we're on the floor.
As you can see, you throw from the abdomen.
Oh, yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That was a Susato squash.
Why are there different ones? He's gonna... Yunosuke's gonna have a bit of a time. In my groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. The prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his sword, Yonosuke. Can't be parted with my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing you had to do. Still don't know what it was. Mysteries. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Oh my god, is it finally done? Just the ending part was surprisingly long after we finally worked everything out. It was all a very important story. It was just much longer than I thought it was gonna be. Save? Yes. I was like, I could end stream soon, and then it was like, nah. Alright. I think it's gonna... Okay, cool. Alright, that's gonna do it for us for the evening. Hold on, where is it? There we go. Thanks all for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. That was definitely a ride, and it was really cool to do an entire case that was all investigation. It was definitely different. I totally thought it was gonna be the danger noodle, but it was not. It was just a tragic accident, but it was really annoying how they kept trying to cover that up. It was like, I get it, but also, that sucks. Like, can you work with me a little bit here? But yeah, I mean, we understand the motives behind it all. But yeah, it was definitely very fun. So, as I said in the beginning, next stream will not be next week, it will not be the week after, it will be in 3 weeks. Because I will not be here for the next 2 weekends. So from there, we will pick up on case 3, which is apparently called The Adventure of the Runaway Room. So we'll see. For now, let's go raid a friend. I see Darjeeling is on, so that is the most easiest candidate. Let's go say hi. Thanks y'all for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope to see you guys in 3 weeks. But for now, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I think we may actually stream some Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a group field trip to some cool places. I don't know if I'm going to stream it or not, but maybe. It's a possibility. We'll see what happens. Now, have a wonderful night, y'all. I'll catch you guys later. Next scheduled stream will be Monday for more Kaizo Ironmon, and the next Ace Attorney stream will be in 3 weeks. So, thanks again, and see you guys then. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye, everybody.